Testing 1, 2. Testing. Test 1, 2.
The time is 5:30. We're going to call the Adelanto Elementary School District meeting to order. It is October 28th, 2025. We're going to get started with roll call. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer present.
Trustee La French,
Love French present.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart here.
Trustee Soto.
Soto present. We have a quorum. Pledge of Allegiance. Clerk Kyer, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. If I could please have everyone stand, place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in order of business?
President Soto, I do. It's on their consent items, number 11, a study trip. It's a clerical error. It should be San Bernardino Valley College, not San Bernardino College. For number 14 under the consent, on the agenda, it has it twice for background and fiscal. It's just a clerical error on that, so that'll be noted. Also, under consent item number 17, the fiscal impact, that should be Proposition 28, not community schools. And then number 5, that one, the MOU, we need to change Dr. Doizen, and we also need to Adelanto Elementary School District, not unified. And Dr. Doizen will be replaced with Dr. Valdez.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. LeVay. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to adopt the agenda with the proposed adjustments.
Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Any discussion? Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, I.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French,
Love French, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, I. Motion passed 5-0. Moving on to staff presentations, Dr. Walker.
Thank you. At this time, we have Dr. Valdez with Educational Services.
Good evening, everyone. Very excited to be here tonight to hear our presentations from our school site administrators. Our first presenter will be Carrie Kozart, the principal from Columbia Middle School. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Carrie Kozart, proud principal at Columbia Middle School. Tonight, we will be providing an overview of our school plans for student achievement. We will provide our school site demographics, our current and past data, our data conclusions, our top 3 foci, and our goals and actions and strategies. I will present first for Columbia, and then we'll have Mrs. Valenzuela from Braddock and Ms. Peterson. Sorry, the switch up kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm sorry. If Mr. Duran would kindly put my, there we go. All right. Good evening, board members, friends, families, cabinet, community members, and Superintendent Dr. Walker. As I said, I'm Carrie Kozart, proud principal of Columbia Middle School, supported by our outstanding assistant principals, Alexia Marquez and Dana El Mahmoud. Tonight, I'll be sharing key highlights from our school plan for student achievement and a little bit of our story. Why, thank you. To understand Columbia is to appreciate a journey of constant change, growth, and unwavering commitment to our students. Our school was named 20 years ago for a spirit of discovery and promise. As the years have passed, the landscape around us changed, and so did Columbia. The surrounding community experienced significant rapid expansion, and our school site naturally grew to reflect this. As the community diversified, so did the various needs of our students requiring new resources and specialized support. This also brought significant challenges. The most recent years have revealed an unexpected vulnerability, a result of infrastructure instability, teacher capacity, and inconsistent staffing. The system instability resulted in our CASP scores dipping into the red zone. And as you can see, our ELA scores are in the red for where we perform as it relates to the state indicators. Next. And we could say the same of math. But every hero needs a comeback arc. We are now seeing a clear upward trend in those CASP scores. A visible sign that our capacity bars are being refilled. This turnaround was fueled by the power up of coaching and consulting, which has led to a greater increase in teacher and student capacity across the board. 3 years ago, we entered a crucial discovery period. We analyzed the challenges and used the PDSA cycle to devise a strategic map. Our goal was not just to return to our former glory, but to become something even better. Last year, our mantra was simple, but powerful: be better. It was a rallying cry reminding every player on our campus that our vision is clear, we have many assets, and that the continuous improvement is the only way to move forward. This year, our mantra is to level up. We have made many proactive decisions for this year and rolled out a system update. We are instituting shared leadership among our staff, and we have identified our top 3 areas of focus: instruction, culture and climate, and systems. We have 6 SIPSA goals with strategies including building capacity in our staff through coaching, bringing on additional staff for intervention, and hiring mentor groups. We are ready to level up in our big 3 areas. We are proud to be a gold medal winning PBIS school, a clear metric that shows we have grown in multiple areas, even among our critical subgroups. To secure our future successes, our quest log includes reigniting our AVID program, building in dedicated time and resources for staff collaboration, bringing on additional staff for mentorship and intervention. While this year's deployment has had its glitches, challenges that haven't been completely ironed out, our staff is resilient and built of critical thinkers and problem solvers. We are committed to level up, not only in our plans, but in our actions. Our administrative team leads through our value system that honors innovation, people, and accomplishment, ensuring every decision is aligned with our mission. The energy on campus right now is productive. Like when you hear the music, the heroic music kick in right before the final challenge. A unified return to the desire to meet the highest levels of learning. We know that change takes time to propagate through the system. And as you review our data and see the growth, we want to thank you for your support of our incredible staff and students. We no longer simply want to be better, we are leveling up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cozart. And now our next presentation for the School Plan for Student Achievement will be by Dr. Cristina Valenzuela, Principal of Donald F. Braddock Elementary School.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good evening, Board President Soto, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Walker, Executive Cabinet, AESD staff, and community members. My name is Cristina Valenzuela, and I am the principal of Braddock Elementary. Tonight, I would like to take a few moments to share an overview of our school's current demographics, our academic data highlights, and the intentional steps we're taking through our school plan for student achievement. Braddock currently serves 381 students. Of these, 70% are Hispanic, representing 269 students. 14% are African American, which includes 56 students, and 10.5% or 40 students identify as multi-ethnic. Our student population reflects the cultural richness of Adelanto community, and we remain dedicated to ensuring equitable access and achievement for all students. Our most recent data shows that we have increased our distance from standard in both English language arts and math when compared to last year, except for 5th grade ELA, where we observed a reduction. When we look closer at subgroup performance, the data shows growth and improvement among our English language learners, Hispanic and African American students, all of whom demonstrated a reduction in their distance from standard. Some key takeaways emerged from our data analysis. We experienced growth in both ELA and science across all subgroups. We saw increases in distance from standard in all areas except 5th grade ELA, and math remains a significant area of concern and will continue to be a major focus for our instructional improvement efforts. These results highlight our continued progress, which clearly identify areas where we must deepen our instructional supports. Our school plan for student achievement was developed intentionally to address these data trends and needs. Goal 1 and 2 focus on reducing our distance from standard in ELA and math through targeted literacy and math initiatives. Goal 3 and 4 were designed to support our English learners and our students with disabilities, ensuring that both groups receive the interventions and scaffolds necessary for success. Goal 5 and 6 center on increasing engagement, which we know is directly connected to attendance and student discipline outcomes. Through these aligned goals, our staff is working cohesively to ensure academic growth and holistic student success. Our top 3 areas of focus for the 25-26 school year are as follows. The implementation of literacy-based strategies to strengthen reading comprehension, writing, and overall language development across all grade levels. implementation of evidence-based math strategies to address learning gaps and improve students' conceptual understanding and problem-solving abilities. And finally, the reduction of chronic absenteeism through family engagement, consistent communication, and a school-wide focus on attendance and positive behavior. In summary, our data reflects steady progress and meaningful gains in key academic areas, while also reminding us of continued work ahead in academic achievement and student attendance. With a clear alignment between our data, our SIPSA goals, and our strategic focus areas, we are confident that we're moving in the right direction, ensuring that every Braddock student has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your time and your continued support, and thank you to our staff and teachers for their commitment to our students and our community. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. And our next presentation will be by Principal Nicole Peterson for Gus Franklin Elementary School. Repeat that, Gus Franklin STEM Academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Walker, Cabinet, and our ASD family. I am Nicole Peterson. I am the proud principal of Gus Franklin, along with Ms. Thornton, who is our assistant principal. I want to take this time to thank you for the opportunity to share a review of our SIPSA. Okay, so our current enrollment, we have 493 students. As you can see, our highest population at 80% is our Hispanic and Latino. Our EL student population is 13%, and our special education is 17.44%. We did grow by 2 special ed classrooms this year. Here is our cast for ELA. As you can see, overall, students are at 52.71%, met or exceed. And if you go down to our grade levels, this current year we have 43% for our 3rd grade, 53% for our 4th, and 5th grade is 58%. I didn't go up, point. Next page is our math. And overall, our percentage is 37.21%. And then if you break it down to our grade levels, 3rd grade is at 35, 4th grade is at 43, and then 5th grade is at 32. If you break it down into some of our subgroups, I'd like to highlight that our English learners in math are at 50%, and that our Hispanic and ELA are at 52.97. So is our African American, they are at 56.67. And then if you go to our CASP, you can see that our African American are at 33%. So our data conclusion is ELA is our area of strength. 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade continue to show improvement or growth in ELA. English learner students are showing growth, as well as our Hispanic and African American. Our top 3 areas of focus for this school year, 25-26, is going to be mathematical practices. There's a big difference between our math scores and our ELA scores, so that's a primary focus this year. And we do have some PD scheduled and a book that we're looking at that talk about mathematical practices. We're also focusing on our English learners and that long-term English learner that we are making sure we're classifying all of our students. And then also we're highlighting our writing, which is our our top score writing, and that every classroom will start to implement that as well. Okay, if you break it down to our SIPSA goals, goals 1 and 2 are our ELA and our math. And then we also have our English learners. It's a small print. I can't quite read it very well, sorry. But you can see that our overall is making sure that we gain at least 5% or 5 points. Every year we do that growth. It's getting a little more challenging because we're at that percentage already, and it's really hard to make that growth. Sometimes, so it shows us in the blue or the green, and trying to jump to those levels, it's a little more, points get higher and higher. And then on the next page, goals 4, 5, and 6. Again, our special ed also did show some improvement this year as well. And then student engagement and our parent engagement, we're always trying to improve that and have as many opportunities for our parents and our families to be on campus. So. All right, I do want to say thank you very much, Board of Trustees, Dr. Walker, and Cabinet for all of your support. I also want to thank our certificated staff, our classified staff, our parents, and especially our students. We couldn't do this without them. A special thanks to Ms. Thornton and for all of her support and hard work as well. I do have a special shout out. Last year, we were asked to be a nominee for the National Blue Ribbon. We did all the application process. We got to the very end. We had our press release blurb all ready to go, and we were told that we were going to be a winner, and then they discontinued the program. So, lovely state of California decided to recognize us. So, we are going to be California Blue Ribbon School, and so you guys should have all gotten the lovely press release. So this all just came out on Thursday. So we're really excited that we did get it for closing the achievement gap.
That's awesome.
And again, I just have to thank my teachers and I'm gonna get all emotional. My teachers, my students, the families, everybody who just does so much for our school, and the expectations, and just they're amazing. And I can't take all of the credit. I can't take any of the credit. It's my teachers and it's my students and it's my parents.
Nice.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll open it up for comments or questions. Trustee Kraus?
No questions, but I just want to say thank you for your presentations, the three of you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
I just want to say how impressed I am with the improvement. Miss Kosar, what you've done with that school, with your team, is amazing. I mean, honestly, I am comfortable like in saying like, oh, you want to go there because they have an amazing team, and it just shows each time I go on your campus. The kids, you can't take 3 steps without a hello. But that just shows the climate that you have created, and I am just so impressed and so thankful for all you are doing there, Mrs. Venezuela. What you're doing, the dads for donuts. If wish I was a dad because I love donuts and I would have gone. But what you're doing with the school, and of course I love the ambassadors. Those kids are just shining examples, and I think that you are maximizing your staff, and your team is doing a great job. And Mrs. Peterson, your school is just your staff, the writing I've seen from your students is incredible.
Thank you.
Incredible. I'm jealous. I wish that I can go and learn how to do it in my class. So thank you all for what you have done for our schools, for our kids, and I'm so proud and thankful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee the French?
I don't want to repeat exactly what she said because she summed it all up, right? She doesn't save anything for anyone else. But I do want to say that I hear it in your voice when you talk about Gus Franklin, when you say that you are the proud principal over there at Gus Franklin and all of the work that you guys are doing over there. And I know to receive that award that you are very proud of your staff and your teachers and your parents and everybody, and it wasn't something that was taken lightly. I thank you, and I'm proud of you guys over there as well. The ambassador program, yes, I've heard about it. I have not been over there to witness it, but I've heard about it, and I thank you for all you're doing over there as well, without saying everything. And when it comes to Columbia, right, Columbia is soaring right about now, and we do appreciate you coming on board and making such a change between you and these little jackets that you guys have going on over there, right? Teamwork, right, makes the dream work. And, hopefully anything that, any of you need, when it comes to, it's always interesting when it comes to test scores, right? people look at test scores and test scores are measured, right? And when they look at them and they say, but test scores is only one level, right? A child always has to be happy and prepared. Their bellies have to be full. They have to be engaged in order to be able to learn. So you have to start at the beginning, and it starts in the morning, having breakfast and being engaged, having a classroom, having a welcoming environment before you can start to learn. So by seeing you guys here and having those programs, the ambassador program, having teachers and having parents and having people involved, that's where children can start to begin to learn and to grow. Thank you for what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Clerk Heyer.
Alrighty, good evening. I want to start by saying thank you to all three of you for your presentations, the rundown on the schools, and I just want to make comment. Cozart, since I've been here, Columbia always had its struggles. And since you've came, we've seen programs be built, we've seen culture increase in such a positive way where those students have a reason to come to school, and I thank you for that. Ms. Valenzuela, I want to say thank you for the garden. I want to say thank you for the engagement, the community schools project you've been heading. It speaks volumes to how much you care about your staff and your students, and I want to deeply express my gratitude.
Thank you.
And Ms. Peterson, as much as I enjoy seeing your face every day, you took over Gus Franklin when my daughter was in kindergarten, and I've seen even that school grow. I've seen her grow. And the achievements you, your staff, and your teachers have achieved, even to Ms. Senna being one of the best reading teachers, it's fantastic to see the growth of every student. And congratulations. That is a award that I know you guys have been working towards, and you completely deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you all three, and I look forward to visiting soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Heyer. Yeah, I don't want to say what everything's already been said. I do love the jackets. It's the first thing I noticed when you guys came in here. You guys are doing great work. All of you guys have your different niches: culture, garden, community, and blue ribbon. So congratulations to all the work that you guys are putting into our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you guys are all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to closed session declarations. Before we do that, we're going to be taking items 2 through 6 into closed session. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers for closed session?
Yes, we do. President Soto, we need to do the reading. The
Okay,
verbiage.
thank you. Ms. Clerk Heyer, the public comments card.
Yes, sir. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Thank you, Clerk Carr. Ms. LeVeyer?
For ADTA, Rader is here, but no, she will not be commenting tonight. I will call on CSCA Rep. Diane Litt.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Walker, Cabinet, classified staff, certificated staff, and all of those present and on YouTube. I want to thank you for acknowledging the hardship many of our members were having financially due to the unexpected rise in costs for our health insurance. We appreciate our no-cost plan, which will offset the ongoing cost of living, which directly impacted many of us. Thank you, trustees and cabinet. We really didn't want to apply at other districts that have no cost out-of-pocket insurance. We have many loyal and long-term employees, totally dedicated, that would like to stay with AESD until we retire. On another note, we are looking forward to negotiations for this school year and the UN report regarding the job descriptions and compensation study. Thank you again and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Kim Smith.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Terry Walker, and Cabinet. My name is Kimberly Smith, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Victoria McGathan Elementary School. Tonight, I'm once again standing before you, not as just a teacher, but as the Lorax. And I speak for the trees, the students, my colleagues, and our superintendent, because sometimes the trees have no voice when the axes of agenda items keep swinging month after month. You see, the Lorax isn't against pruning. Evaluation and reflection are healthy. But when you keep trimming the same branch over and over, you risk stunting the very growth you want to see. That's what seems to be happening with the consistent appearance of Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent, under Government Code 54957. Now, I know that code. It gives the board the right to evaluate a public employee like the superintendent in closed session. But 54954.5 adds that when you do, the agenda must use safe harbor language, the exact phrase. So the public knows what's being discussed, even if the details stay private. And 54957.1 reminds us that when a reportable action happens, like contract changes or compensation decisions, the board must report out to maintain transparency. What those codes don't say anywhere is that an evaluation should be on the agenda month after month, stretching on indefinitely. In fact, best practice under the Brown Act and the California School Board Association recommends a clear annual evaluation calendar, sometimes with a mid-year check-in, not an endless cycle of discussion. When it lingers for months, it doesn't look like oversight anymore. It looks like over-evaluation. And that sends the wrong message to staff and to the community that's watching closely. Dr. Walker is our head tree, the one who gives shade, structure, and strength to all the other trees in this forest we call AESD. She's weathered the storm, grown new branches, and continues to lift the canopy higher so students can thrive underneath. So if this ongoing evaluation is truly about growth, then let's make that process transparent, timely, and trust building, not a recurring shadow on every agenda, As the Lorax once said, and as I said 2 weeks ago, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. I care. We all do. And that's why I'm asking the board to clarify the evaluation timeline, use the proper safe harbor language, and report any actions as required. Let's protect our head tree, nurture this forest, and show our students what integrity in leadership really looks like. And after all, it's said that the Joshua tree was the inspiration for Dr. Seuss's truffula trees. So tonight, I'd like to honor that symbolism and present Dr. Walker with a Joshua tree of her own. And as a reminder that even in the desert, strong roots, faith, and purpose help every tree and every leader
Ms. Smith,
continue to rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And just as a reminder to the public, whenever anyone wants to come out and approach the podium, we need to make sure that you do have permission to approach the podium, just for safety reasons. Dr. Walker, Ms. LeBay, next speaker, please.
The board calls on Bev Tony.
I meant the dais. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, that's going to be hard to follow. One, thank you everyone for coming out. Go Dodgers, they're playing. So the fact that we are here, clearly, the fact that I'm here, I can't speak for everyone else, the fact that I'm here, it's important because it's game 4 and that's where I should be, rooting on my Dodgers. So board members, Dr. Walker, staff, community members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Now, I didn't know much about the Brown Act. And in fact, I didn't even care about it until I found out what it meant to me and my students. What it's about is keeping local government, not state and not federal, local, which is the most important to us in our everyday life, honest and accountable to the people. So I teach ELA and history at Melvin Davis, and I have to pay attention to words as well as actions. Words matter, context matters, and the truth matters. Now, the word transparent is simply a word that people use when they want you to think they're not hiding anything, like that they're being 100% truthful. And honesty, well, that's a funny word too. Everyone loves to say they're honest right before they aren't. And it's like when my students say, to be honest, Miss Tony, and I stop them and have to ask them, were you lying to me before? We all know how words soften the truth. Like the word thick is a word women use to disguise gaining weight. Transparent does the same thing. It disguises hiding the truth. So let's not sugarcoat anything. The truth does not need decoration, and deception doesn't deserve defense. The Brown Act is about the truth, plain and simple, and not allowing people to twist it. The public's business must be done in the public, not behind closed doors, and not late night telephone calls. If it's public business, then it belongs to the public, right here in the open, especially when those choices shape our classrooms, our paychecks, and ultimately our futures. From what I understand, and I could be wrong, I've been wrong before, please correct me, but this board has already done 2 evaluations of our superintendent, Dr. Walker, 2. So if there's talk of a third, let's not pretend it's about accountability and truth. Because if it were, we'd talk about it openly, not behind closed doors. So I teach history as well, and I know that one day someone, maybe just an obscure human, is going to look back on today. And when they do, I'm going to be proud of what the record will show, that I stood for the truth. Because comprehension isn't just reading words, it's understanding meaning. And the Brown Act was written to protect people from the transparency in the dark. We don't need buzzwords or spin, we need the truth. Because at the end of the day, this is about trust and not allowing people to twist it. So here I stand, and I will stand therefore until I get what I'm standing there for.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have on Zoom Lauren Benson. Oh, Lauren Benson.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it in time. So, Good evening, President Soto, trustees, cabinet, and everyone else here on YouTube and in the room. First off, I have to say a huge congratulations to our amazing school, Gus Franklin. Even though we get the least amount of money, we never got our STEM teacher we were promised. We just got art after 11 years, which I want to say is fabulous. Our kids love it and it's amazing. We were the only school in the district for the last 11 years without it, and so it's great to finally have it. We don't often get any recognition from the board, yet we keep getting better and better. In fact, at our SIPSTA presentation last spring, the two other schools presenting were told they were awesome and doing an incredible job, while Gus Franklin heard none. I do want to say thank you for tonight. I did hear a lot of kind words and for recognizing us. Because our scores are so phenomenal, we don't meet the equity multiplier and therefore get less funding than all the other schools. Our little bit of lottery money was important, and most of that we had taken away and given back in pieces. I bring this up because it doesn't matter. Our staff still makes our students have the best educational experience around. We find ways. We set high expectations, and our students rise to the challenge. Now onto the issue at hand. Why is it every time we open an agenda, we see superintendent's evaluation? If any of us had to be evaluated as often as Dr. Walker, we would have walked a long time ago. Why are we doing this again? We have an amazing, dedicated, brilliant woman leading our district, and it seems that some of you are trying to find anything to pick at. Do you need a hobby? Is there something else that you can find to do with your time? Let her do her job. She is steering our district in the right direction. You are already stopping our district from conducting regular business in other areas every time you meet. Why are you going beyond to keep her from helping us become successful? Thank you, Dr. Walker. Oopsie. Let's see, sorry. Did it delete it? Oh, thank you, Dr. Walker, for your persistence and for staying the course and putting up with their shenanigans. I know it can't be easy. I get angry for you. Stay strong and know you are supported. Board, some of you are showing yourselves for who you are and how you're stopping our district from moving forward. It is very transparent. Some of you, if you continue to stop our district from moving forward, may be gone from here sooner rather than later.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker, the board calls on Christine Turner.
We are asking them to unmute now.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Walker, Superintendent, Cabinet, staff, community members, and everyone attending via Zoom. First, I would like to I heard the presentations from Braddock, Columbia, and Gus Franklin. I have to say that you guys are doing an awesome job. And extra congratulations to Gus Franklin for earning the district first, Blue Ribbon Award. Congratulations. I would like to take this opportunity to address and correct a statement made at the last board meeting during public comment period before closed session regarding the recall of Mr. Michael Kraus. It was stated that I initiated the recall effort. That statement is incorrect. I did not initiate the recall of Mr. Kraus. However, I want to be very clear. While I was not the initiator, I do support the recall effort. I signed the recall petition, as did my family members and several of my neighbors, because we strongly believe that Mr. Kraus sought elections to this board not to serve the students in the community, but to intimidate and retaliate against the superintendent, cabinet members, and employees. And this belief is based on actions and conduct, even though the superintendent had no involvement in his departure. And with these multiple superintendent evaluations, it's clear. If I had initiated the recall, the process would have been handled properly, with all the legal procedural requirements met. The Register of Voters contacted me only because the person who filed the recall petition failed to provide their contact information. And my name was the only name they recognized on the filing. This is the sole reason why I was addressed and received correspondence from their office. To reiterate, I did not initiate this recall. I support it because I believe our district deserves leadership, motivation to the needs of our students. And we need a leader with high morale and integrity, not by personal vendettas and intimidation. I encourage whoever initiated this process to restart it and ensure that it is carried out correctly and transparent this time. Again, thank you to the staff of Adelanto. I'm here because I have served this district a long time. And Dr. Walker, you're doing a fantastic job. That's why you were hired. And again, I wish this headhunt against Dr. Walker stops. This is ridiculous. And good night, everyone, and have a great evening.
Thank you. That's all the speakers, correct?
That is correct.
Just make a brief comment real quick. Whenever it's a closed session, whenever we have to talk about anything regarding the superintendent, whether it's positive or negative, it needs to be on here. So just want to make that comment. Moving on to public or recess to closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Excuse me, President Soto?
Yes.
May I make comment?
Yeah, sure. Clerk Heyer.
Perfect. Due to time and the value of everyone's time, I wanted to take a moment and appreciate all of our leadership. It is Principals Month. And I was hoping if it would be okay with Dr. Walker, we could get a picture with the principals prior to closing for closed session.
Thank you. Yes, I overlooked that. Thank you. So if we can have the principals please come up for a picture for the board with the Board of Trustees. And the reason why we're doing this is because the agenda item is open. We just want to, you're all here already. right, trustees, now we'll go to closed session. I'll entertain a motion.
Kyer, I motion to recess to closed session.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, the vote?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. The time is 6:19. We're going to closed session. we are reconvening to open session. The time is 8:28 p.m. We're gonna roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer present.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench present.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto.
Soto present. We have a quorum established. Moving on to closed session report, announcements of reportable action. It was moved by Clerk Kyer and seconded by Trustee Stewart to approve the recommendation of the administrative panel to expel for the remainder of the semester and the next semester of the 2025-2026 school year. This is case number ID number 345009. Further, the board accepted the administrative panel to accept the rehabilitation plan, which includes the following: anger management counseling, individual counseling, family counseling / support group counseling, and maintain satisfactory grades and attendance in an alternative educational setting. The votes were as follows: Trustee LaFrench, aye; Trustee Kraus, aye; Trustee Stewart, aye; Clerk, aye; and Soto, myself, aye. Fantastic. Moving on to public testimony. Ms. LeVey, do we have any speakers?
Your mic is off.
Lauren Benson on Zoom, but gentlemen,
No,
That's a-
she's not on Zoom.
that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the adoption of the minutes. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Kyer, I'll second.
Any discussion? Ms. LeVey, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus abstain.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes with one abstention. Trustee Kraus. Moving on to the consent agenda, we're taking items 2 to 19. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Trustee Kyer, I'd like to pull 11.10.
Okay. Any other items, trustees? Hearing and seeing none. Moving on to approval of the consent agenda. At this time, I'll take, this is all messed up here. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 10.10 or 11.10.
Kyer, I motion to approve the remaining of the consent agenda with the exclusion.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVey?
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 12, items removed from the consent agenda. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for 11.10.
Stewart, I motion that we approve.
Is there a second?
Kyer, I'll second.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion since it was pulled by Trustee Kyer.
Thank you, President Soto. I do have numerous questions on here for this warrant report. Starting with page. Ooh, I lost myself. Okay. So I noticed that there's numerous CalCard payments on this warrant report, some dating as far as last fiscal year. I'm gonna need some clarity as to why these are now just being rectified, and then B, what is the hold up or breakdown as to why we have cal cards from July, August, September coming to us at the end of October?
Thank you
Dr.
for that
Walker.
question. So at any point in time, so I'll just take it back to the county cannot pay the Cal card bill until we receive the receipts. So any items that you see that are being paid from July or any other time period is tied to when the receipts were turned in, and then they are submitted to the county in order for the county to pay the Cal card bill. So anything that you see from July or any other month, all of it is tied to the receipts when they were turned in.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, all of these employees failed to turn in their cal card receipts until recently?
That is correct.
That goes for all the board members, assistant soups, everything?
It depends on the date, and I'll ask Mr. McAlpin if he can add any more color to that. But from my understanding, it's based upon when the receipts are turned in.
Yes, that is correct, Dr. Walker. And to answer the question, Trustee Kyer, yes, it could be any of those, but obviously from the warrant report, it's just giving a summary of the different payments, but it's not going to specify in the warrant report of who that was, if they were an assistant superintendent or a principal, etc.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because on warrant report, page 15, we've got numerous individuals, Walker, Love French, Stewart, Soto, with cal card payments going back to July and August and September, and I'm having a difficult time understanding how all of these receipts have now just been turned in.
So, okay. Again, the Cal cards, when the receipts are turned in or whatever the documentation that's needed to be turned in, that is exactly what you're going to see.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, trustee. Any other trustees? Trustee
I just want to go on the record.
Trustee LaFrench?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to go on the record to say that if I use a Cal card and I turn in my receipt, my receipt is turned in with a week of me using it. So if the Cal card is saying that, or the receipt I don't have pulled up in front of me.
President Soto,
Yes.
just for clarification, because we do process all the Cal cards, those Cal cards were audited and they were pulled. That's the reason why you see those on that statement.
Can you elaborate, Ms. LeVay? What do you mean by audited and pulled? I don't understand that.
So, the auditors, I believe that's who pulls the any Cal card usage. The auditors may pull it and use it to review to see how we're spending the money, making sure we're following the appropriate process for spending. And so it may not be because of turning in the Cal card or the receipt late. It may have just been processed at this particular time. Is that correct, Mr. McAlpin?
Correct.
And so, because I know for a fact that I didn't have anything that was late, so it had to be tied to some other factor.
Okay, so for the record, we are correcting everyone just turned in their receipts. It just hasn't been processed.
Wow. Mr. McAlpin, can you add to that?
Apologize. I believe in looking at this warrant report, what is going on as was noted a moment ago, I think there was so many activity that happened at once, they audited because what they want to do is make sure they're all correct. So they were probably all turned in at the same exact time, but they have to review them all. So that's why it took a little while, and someone probably got pulled, so that caused the delay in the payment. So yes, some of these could absolutely have been turned in on time, but because they're going to audit it, because there were so many different charges, the delay in the processing of the payment was due to, as was mentioned, the auditing of those payments.
And who pulled the audit?
That would be done by the auditor, or it could have been done as well by the county.
Could this have any correlation to the issue that the district is facing currently?
So I think what you're saying with regards to the Cal card and the bill that needed to be paid. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I can't speak specifically to these being the reason why. Again, because if they were tied to the auditors pulling them, then that might not be the case. So we would just need to, again, check to see the reason behind these cards actually being, because I see you see something from July.
In fact,
I can't speak to that.
There's ones back to last fiscal year. How does that impact our district?
How does what impact our district?
Cal card receipts being processed in a new fiscal year.
I can answer that question. What that'll be done is they'll know the activity that occurred last year, and so they'll create a receivable. So they'll know that a payment has to be made. So a receivable will be created, and once it's ready to be processed, then that receivable is what the accounting, if you will, that is in the system. So it's not going to affect this year in terms of if there's any auditable issues. The receivable is what is done so that it allows a payment from last year to occur this year. A receivable has to be set up, so the fiscal team would know that there was activity last year that has not been processed yet. So they'll create a receivable.
Okay. Okay. Then I have no further questions.
Thank you. Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, President Soto. On the purchase order listing, I did have a question. On page two, item number 260699. It's about midway down, and it starts with first student. The very first one on that page also says first student contracted services, but then I'm looking at the middle one, transportation for AY student. And first student is a transportation company that runs school buses. I may have missed it, but I don't recall a contract, number one, with First Student to provide transportation services. And secondly, it says transportation for an AYA student. Are we providing transportation for individual students, all students, select few students? I'm just not clear why we hired a company to transport one student. And again, I don't recall a contract. So if there's any way I could get clarification, I appreciate it. Thank you, President Soto.
Thank you. Dr. Walker?
So I am not aware of us doing service with first student, so I would have to check and find out what this is tied to. And I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, trustees? Okay, I'll just finish off with saying that, yeah, there are concerns about the CalCard situation, and what the correlation is that I think is trying to be made is that receipts weren't, so I'm hearing that receipts may have been turned in on time, but the majority of them weren't processed. And so that's why we're here today, and it's based on this report, it correlates to how far behind we may have been, whether it been the 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, because like as our clerk said, we have a line item here from all the way from 7/22/25, and so it's that correlation. This is what's happening? So it's very concerning. I would just share that this is where we're at, and this is in regard to the CalCard situation. It's not the first time, so I'll leave it at that.
So could I, as you leave it at that,
Sure,
could I
Dr.
just
Walker.
add try to color that picture a little bit more. So we all have a concern about the use of the Cal card by district employees or management and as well as the board. And so we are working to address that through procedures that we're putting in place because there hasn't really been a true system for turning in receipts and things of that nature. So we are working on that as a team to have a system that can be followed by everyone involved. And thank you for those questions, Trustee Kyer.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench.
Dr. Walker, can you walk us through currently what the system is in place for turning in receipts after using a Cal card, and what happens if a person does not turn in their receipt?
So there really wasn't any process that was put in place. The goal was, from what I was told after I found out that there is a problem, is that receipts are supposed to be turned in within 5 days of the actual, after the event or after the use of the card. And unfortunately, there was no system in place for ensuring that those receipts were turned in. And so having that being brought to my attention, we are working to address it so that there is a system in place for checks and balances, basically, that if receipts are not turned in, cards are not able to be used, and following a process of that nature so that they're not just consistently using cards and are making purchases with the Cal card and then not turning in the receipts, but then they're still able to use the card. Well, that will not continue going forward based upon the understanding of no real procedures in place for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. And if I just may add a correction real quick. My understanding is the policy that we passed, I'm trying to pull it up now, last year was 10 days, 10 business days after the meeting. So just so that that is clear, and I'm trying to find here we go. Oh, that's an old one. But I just wanted to just add that so on the record that my understanding is that we have 10 days after the conference to turn in those receipts, business days.
From my understanding and from Zach, our fiscal person, it was 5 days, but we can also verify that as well. But in addition to that, making sure that whatever those days are, they haven't been applied and followed.
Yes. Clerk Kyer?
I did have an additional question if we have time. On page 13 of the warrant report, we have numerous charges from Sunburst Work Advisors, LLC. And I just wanted to verify that we have an active contract with them.
Dr. Walker?
Sorry. Sunburst?
Sunburst Work Advisors?
Yes, we do. What was the initial question? Do we have a contract with them? Is that what the question is?
Yeah, I don't recollect a contract with them, so I just wanted to verify that we do have that contract in place where we are able to use them. Is there any way that I could request that be forwarded to me?
Hold on a second. So just as a correction, we had a contract with Sunburst as of June 2025, and these are just the fees that we still needed to pay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think can I just add more to that? So just so we're clear, so we had a contract with them and it contracted ended June 2025 because those fees were not paid. That's why you're seeing them on the warrant list now.
Okay, so I have regulation 4131.33 conference workshop attendance within 10 days after returning from a conference or workshop. A written and oral report must be submitted to district or appropriate personnel prior to the board.
Thank you for sharing that, President Soto. Again, people are not even following the 10 days. So at the end of the day, whatever is written is not being followed.
Right. Yeah. Okay, any other things before we move on? All right. So we have a first by Trustee Stewart and a second by Trustee Kyer. We'll close discussion. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, nay.
Trustee Kyer, Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes with Trustee Kraus voting no, 4-1. Okay, sounds good. We're moving on to now new business. At this time, trustees, I'll invite a motion for the business services and transportation.
Kyer, I motion to approve and ratify the agreement with JFK Transportation for supplemental transportation services.
Stewart, I second.
Any discussion?
Yes, President Soto, I did have a question
Trustee
for clarification.
Okay.
So in the memo itself and on the contract, it states, if you look at the coverage, home to school route coverage, so under description of services there, school bus ambulatory transportation at 1,091 a day, school bus transit transportation at 1,356 a day. Do we know what the difference is between ambulatory, which I'm assuming are all walkers, versus transit, which I'm assuming are all walkers as well? I was just curious because I couldn't find the difference in those two, but the cost difference is about about $350 difference per route. But if they're all walkers, wouldn't they be the same amount on the route? That was just my question, but I'm not sure that we can get an answer tonight. But again, that was just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Dr. Walker, did you have?
So it could be a variety of things. One, it could be the size of the bus as well. So some are definitely smaller than others. That could be one, and I would have to get more information besides that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, trustees? We'll take the vote.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 14. Policy introductions, updates, and readings. I'll entertain a motion at this time, trustees.
Kyer, I motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Board Policy 5116.2, involuntary student transfer.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Moving on to governing board members' reports and announcements. We'll go down the line. Trustee Kraus?
Thank you, President Soto. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here with us on YouTube or on Zoom or in person this evening. So I hope that everybody had a wonderful fall break, time to rest, relax, and rejuvenate, and come back and work on our way towards our winter break, or our Thanksgiving break first, and then our winter break coming up. So hopefully everyone had a very relaxing time. Also wanted to give a shout out to all the schools doing Red Ribbon Week activities this week. I think it's great to see all of the activities they're posting to their social medias related to Red Ribbon Week and drug free. And so, again, thank you to all of our administrators and principals and teachers and classified staff that are all taking part in the Red Ribbon Week activities at all of our school sites. I did want to just mention that this Friday, on a Friday night, is Halloween. So, any of our students out there trick or treating, please be safe. Use best practices out there. We're excited that you are dressing up and going out there and getting all of that sugar candy, but make sure you're wearing reflective clothing and maybe some flashlights to help out in our neighborhoods. I know that there's a big showing in Adelanto and Victorville for a lot of our students, and since it's on a night before a Saturday, they'll probably be up pretty late on that. Congratulations to Gus Franklin for their Blue Ribbon nomination. I know they do a lot of great work over there. Excited for Principal Peterson, Assistant Principal Thornton, and all the team over there for all the hard work they do. They do deserve that as well. Speaking of Gus Franklin, this past month, one of the things that was a little concerning, if you have not seen it yet, our students attend a outdoor science camp every year. Gus Franklin participates in that event. I'm not sure all of the specifics, but apparently the students were told that there was not enough funding. And so they did go to the Adelanto City Council and ask for funding to support the outdoor science camp. And I just have to say, I know our district has enough funding to be able to send our students to science camp, that they don't have to go grovel in front of a city council or other entity. So these were our students and their parents and families. And so it is a little disappointing to see that. So I hope in the future that they will not be told that they can't go to outdoor science camp and then have to go around and do something like that, where it is sort of embarrassing for our district to have another government entity be asked publicly and on record, hey, our district's not paying for our stuff. Do you have any money that you can give us to help pay for science camp? I do want to applaud the Adelanto City Council for stepping up and funding some of the students that are going to the science camp. So I do appreciate their collaboration with that. But again, it's just something that I hope that we don't have to do again in the future. Veterans Day is coming up between now and the next board meeting, November 11th. I want to wish all of our veterans in the district a happy Veterans Day. I'm a veteran myself, and I will be marching in the parade like I do every year, Victorville Veterans Parade. So again, thank you to all of our veterans that are in our district and in our community out there. We appreciate your service to our country. And then finally, President Soto, we are following Rosenberg's Rules of Orders, and I was not at the last board meeting, but I would like to renew a couple agenda items and get consensus to bring them back on the next board agenda on November 18th. And that would be the student trustee agenda item, and renew the resolution 252603 per Rosenberg's Rules of Orders. And so this evening, I would like to request consensus to renew those agenda items and bring them back on November 18th.
I give my support.
Me too. Thank you, Trustee Kraus. Trustee Stewart.
President Soto, I need clarification as to what it is that you were agreeing to, and that is the direction for me.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. So based on the comments made and what the board is giving consensus on, is that we would like to see the resolution brought back, and as well as, was there another part to it?
The student trustee.
The student trustee.
For action, both items for action.
As an action item. So it's student board member and the resolution as well.
President Soto?
Trustee Stewart.
I believe there is a process to put things on the agenda. Trustee is to fill out the form and turn that in, and they could add turn it into to have things agendized.
So my understanding, based on our board policy, is that it does need to be in writing, or you can go to the board president and then to the superintendent. I have also been told in closed session that we can make comments out here, and if there's a majority, the board agrees, then that's what the board wants, and so we just move forward with that.
President Soto, just as a clarification under the Robert
Yes.
Rules, the president or majority of the board can agree to consider it for a future agenda, but no motion or vote should happen at that time. That's not allowed.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. LeBay. Yeah, there was no motion, no vote, just a nod. We agree. Anything else, trustees?
Could I add a quick comment to that?
Clerk Hire.
It's my understanding that because these have already came in front of the board and were voted down, it required an appeal to the board with a dissenting or non-voting member bringing it back for consideration. Please do clarify, you are looking for consensus to have it brought back. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct. Under Rosenberg's rules, it's called a renewal of agenda items that were either voted down or died on the dais on a 2-2. And so, with the request, because I was not here and I did not vote positive or negative on it, that I'm able to bring this item back. I was not aware of that, Clerk Hire, but I just did my homework on Rosenberg's rules in order to bring up this item here this evening.
Yeah, and I believe a trustee had done that in the past where they were not here, and then they came back and brought an agenda item back.
Yes, that was me, and I did fill out the form and send an email to the board president at the time. So we don't have to beat this thing around the bush. You're going to do what you want to do, so go ahead and do what you want to do. That's it. Let's go on.
Clerk Hire?
No, I'm not even going to respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So you have been given direction, Dr. Walker, with those two agenda items. Going back to the reports and announcements, Trustee Stewart.
All right, good evening. I'm just going to stick to the point. Here we go. So first thing, I had a wonderful time with Dr. Walker. We went to visit El Mirage, West Side Park, Adelanto Elementary, and George Vapa. And as always, it's so great to see the kids and the staff. They're always so welcoming. And I just do have to share that when we walked into a classroom at Westside Park and a student saw Dr. Walker, his jaw dropped. She's like a celebrity in the classrooms. And students always come to her and ask her when are they going to get to meet again for the student advisory committee. We always go on Fridays, and so it's always fun Friday, and it's fun to see the kids take part in the rewards that they have earned. The mural at Adelanto Elementary School is looking amazing, and I can't wait to see when it's done. And I'm wondering at George if that bag of candy accidentally broke open, because accidents happen, so I've heard. I also want to thank Dr. Walker. I appreciate her and the things that she's done for our district. She always tries to put a positive spin on things. She is transparent when things do come up. She tries to deal with them as they come across. You know, a district has a lot of working parts, and you can't just say, okay, we're going to fix this, blink an eye, and it's fixed. And I trust that she will set processes in place for our school. You know, I just hope that our board gives her a chance to do the things that she's trying to do for our district. It's sad to know that, you know, our district is known for going through superintendents, And we have a good one here. I have been told from outside the source that we have someone good, and the board needs to, I feel, support their one employee because it trickles down, you know. Again, words are just words. Actions speak louder. And though the word transparency is being used, it really is transparent. Um, the direction the board is taking, I don't think it's fair for Dr. Walker to be blamed for things that have been happening in the board for years. For years. She was appointed superintendent in December, the end of November. Okay, so that's when she was appointed. And I think as good employers, the board should give her a chance and not put so much scrutiny on everything she does. Because if I worked for someone like that, I would have up and quit. But she's dedicated to our district, to our kids, and to our teachers, and she should be given a chance to do her job. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench?
Very well said. Thank you very much. I just want to start off by saying that thank you for saying that. I appreciate that because I'm going down that same road. You know, it was interesting. Last week I had a conversation with someone, a couple of people, and they talked about, I've always talked about the fact that I come from Los Angeles and how proud I am of the high desert, that I live in the high desert, and that I sit on the board here in the high desert for Adelanto Elementary School District. And everyone that I talked to, 3 different people I talked to last week, they said, you have an awesome superintendent. She is wonderful. When she shows up, she shows out. Highly intelligent, a wonderful person, very experienced. Her intelligence to speak with her. I've gone out on conferences with her. I watch people come up, the people that know her. I talk to teachers here in this district. I watch her timelessly when she's going inside of the classrooms, when I've been out with her, the teachers, the children, the principals. I watch her. I've done many WPEs, work performance evaluations. I have sat on many different panels, and I haven't experienced things that I have been experiencing lately, and I'm just not understanding what's going on. I can see if this woman had not been walking the pavement and making changes in this district. And thank you, by the way, from saying that she just got here in November. I've been on this board quite some time now, and I've seen a lot of things in this district, and never has I seen or heard the teachers and the children say that they want, you know, someone, that they rally for someone, that they talk about someone. I want to thank Dr. Walker for all it is that she does. I want to thank her for taking the time to do the things that we haven't seen before. When you talk about someone that is approachable, someone that has an understanding, someone that is trying to put systems in place, have checks and balances, have accountabilities. This is what she's trying to do. She's coming into a place where she's working together with people, working with the board. You know, it's hard to work when someone is being rude are constantly, if I was at a job where I'm being pulled away in many different directions instead of at my focal point, it's hard to go through your day knowing that you have your day planned out, but now you have 20 other things that someone is asking you to do. You're just going around trying to please so many different personalities. It's not easy. I hope that with any other with any other, I don't know, when you think about it, I don't know if any, as a teacher, I'd never had work performances done on me every 5 minutes. I did not. I wasn't pulled into the principal's office. I wasn't experiencing anything like that. Another thing that I wanted to say to Dr. Walker, I just want to thank her for being here with us and staying in the trenches with us. And she was appointed. She came into this district, and it's one thing that she has done has always been respectful, always been kind, always showing that she's here to supporting the children. I want to also say that I sent out an email myself, and I'm noticing that when we're talking about, I don't even won't even use the T word, right? Because that means nothing. But I do want to know about the usage of taxpayers' funds to take these trips that board members are out taking, like they're going on vacations or something, spending $10,000-$15,000, going on vacations, when I thought we had a limit on how many times that we can go, and what are we, why is it that some get to spend $10,000-$15,000 on going on conferences, and what are these conferences for? I don't know if what the limit is, but I think that I did request it, and I do want to know, because I want the public to know what conferences that my fellow board members have gone on and how much it's cost the district. And we could pay for our children to go on field trips with some of that money as well. So let me see. I don't want to make sure I miss anything. Micromanaging, right? As a manager myself, right? I would not micromanage any of my staff. I give people the opportunity to see what it is that they need to do, set expectations for them, and allow them to move forward. Everyone have a nice evening. Thank you, Dr. Walker, for all you're doing for us. And as usual, I say my prayers. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Trustee the French, thank you. And
Love French, thank you. But we do kind of look alike.
Clerk Kyer, please.
Alrighty, good evening, AESD friends and family. I would love to address the board on the amazing things going on in and around our district. As we gear up towards the end of October, we see numerous fall festivals being held at all of our different school sites. I want to make a massive shout out to our parent-teacher associations, PTAs, and all of the hard work and dedication they put into making these years so memorable for our students and our parents. I want to take a moment. I attended Gus Franklin's last Friday, and I loved the trunk or treat. You saw teachers, you saw parents, you saw community members coming out, turning out for our students, and I just thought that was epic. Another shout out is to the festivals and the raising of the monies to supplement the budget cuts to our schools. I would like to again plead to the district to please consider releasing the ELAP funds back to our students. I would also like to emphasize the need for our lottery funding to be considered, found, and returned to our students. And then I'm going to go into talking about how great our teachers are. It's my understanding that we are wrapping up parent-teacher conferences for our school sites this Thursday and Friday. I want to thank all of our parents for coming in, listening to what our teachers have to say, understanding the different areas that our students need support, and then also bridging that gap to building a partnership with the teacher that your student is in for, and working with this year, as their growth is determined on a village. It is not a single individual. To close my comments tonight, I would really like to highlight and maybe plant a seed that we would get more work done on this dais if we stopped spending so much time attacking each other and trying to hurt each other. If we could stop being so firm in our stances and even take an inkling of time to see how other people are feeling and enduring. I will close tonight with a happy Veterans Day to all the veterans within our district, and I do hope everyone kicks off November in style. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Clerk Kyer. Amazing comments, colleagues. I just want to begin by saying that over the last few months, the board has made some of the most impactful governance moves that the district has seen in years. So we brought in a fractional chief of staff. He's the first in the state, and he is to support us with independent governance guidance. And so this role is helping us better align ourselves and communicate amongst ourselves with our goals. We also saved the district, I have to check the number, but hundreds of thousands of dollars when the board unanimously turned down outsourcing crosswalk, thank you, crossing guards. So I wanted to also highlight that the board unanimously turned down hundreds of thousands of dollars to outsource our crossing guards. And now, because of this, which I want to highlight Dr. Walker and her staff, who took action to provide a contract with CSEA. So now our own people are actually walking our own students. I also want to highlight the Budget and Policy Committee that was established for the first time. The district now has a standing budget committee and a policy committee to ensure transparency, accountability, and financial and governance processes. Something that is being brought up quite frequently that I really want to highlight that this board has done and taken action on. For the first time in our district's history, we established clear superintendent goals tied to measurable outcomes. And for the first time, we have a formal evaluation system with scheduled check-ins. This brings long-term stability and sets the standard for future boards. In just a few months, we've shown what is possible when we focus on solutions and governance instead of personalities and politics. So I also want to speak directly and transparently about my travel conference because I believe in owning things openly rather than waiting for rumors or narratives to be created. Yes, last year I exceeded my travel allocation by a few $1,000s. I should have monitored it more closely, and I take full responsibility for that. What I also want the public to know is that before traveling, I contacted district staff and the issuing bank to confirm those funds were available. My intention was to never be careless. It was to bring back resources, solutions, and connections that could directly benefit the district. Almost every major initiative we have launched, including the fractional chief of staff role with Adam Lechner, came directly from those conferences. What this showed me is that we need better systems in place to ensure trustees are notified clearly and in real time when they are approaching their limits, so no one, present or future, is ever in this position again. This is not just about accountability, it's about improving our governance systems. So while I acknowledge my overage, I stand firm in this truth. My travel resulted in solutions that are now saving this district money and improving its governance. And moving forward, I will continue to be transparent, accountable, and committed to bringing back results, not excuses. I will also be requesting an agenda item to bring our trustee stipend into alignment with a new cap authorized by the state of California effective January 1st. Let me just be clear. This is not a raise. This is catching up to levels that have not been adjusted in decades, over 40 years. This law was sponsored by the California School Boards Association because low stipends make it harder for working class trustees, young parents, and community members to serve. The California Teachers Association took a neutral stand, which signals that this is not controversial, it's not political, it's a governance update that supports board stability and accessibility. So if we value diverse representation and long-term retention, as we talk about, aligning with state law is not just reasonable, it is responsible. So this just ensures that the public service is accessible to all, not just to those who can afford it. I just want to also finish that I'm proud of this board, not because we agree on everything, but because we are willing to do the work. My commitment is simple. I will always be honest with the public. When I get it right, you will hear it. When I fall short, I will own it. And in both cases, I will keep fighting for outcomes that serve students, protect taxpayers, and strengthen this board. Our community doesn't need perfect leaders. It needs honest leaders who keep moving forward. And that is exactly what this board is doing. Moving on to superintendent reports and announcements, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, AESD staff, students, and community. As we move further into the school year, I'm inspired by how our district continues to live out Thrive 2030. Our framework for the future across all of our schools. I've seen powerful examples of our focus coming into life, or coming to life. From classrooms where students are engaged in deeper learning to site visits that highlight the dedication of our teachers, staff, and leaders working big, bold, and brave. And the main part is together. Earlier this month, our professional development brought both classified and certificated employees together in learning that strengthens our collective capacity to serve students. We also held our first new teacher check-in session, creating space for reflection, support, and connection as we invest in those new to our district family. In addition, our district first African American Parent Advisory Council met for the first time, and our district English Learner Advisory Committee continues to regularly meet monthly, both providing critical input and ensuring that family voices guide our work and our LCAP goals. We are thrilled to share that we received a letter from the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, of the California Department of Education, recognizing Gus Franklin as a 2025 Blue Ribbon School. This is a testament to the dedication, innovation, and excellence of our staff, students, and families. In addition, to the principals, the National Principal Month. I am in awe of the work that our principals are doing. They are really being very innovative, creative, and thoughtful leaders at each of our sites. And so I want to thank the board for approving the resolution that recognizes them. And I am, again, so proud to have these leaders at our school sites leading our schools. Our future is bright because of the people who show up every day with purpose and heart. As we continue the work, I'm reminded of a quote by Desmond Tutu. Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness. Together, we are the light, moving forward with hope, courage, and unity. And I end with this video.
With the season turning and leaves changing, we embrace new opportunities to grow together, grounded in care, learning, and community spirit. Before returning from fall break, our staff came together for project-based learning and professional development sessions, ensuring we're always learning and growing for our students. These moments of collaboration reflect the heart of our district, a shared commitment to doing our best for every child, every day. We introduce Leaders Giving in celebration of National Principals Month, a special way to honor the heart and strength behind our schools. Thank you for leading with compassion, vision, and unwavering dedication. Because of you, our schools continue to thrive and inspire every day. We are also so proud of our transportation department for leading a meaningful walk in honor of those affected by cancer. What started with just 6 participants 3 years ago has grown into a powerful symbol of unity, strength, and hope. Every step taken reminds us that no one walks this journey alone. Our community truly shows up for one another. We also continue to strengthen our partnerships with families through our regular District English Learner Advisory Committee and District Parent Advisory Committee meetings, and we proudly launched our very first District African American Parent Advisory Council, led by 2 of our amazing assistant principals. It's inspiring to see parents taking initiative and collaborating with our AESD family and local community partners to help shape brighter futures for our students. And of course, October would not be complete without celebrating the season itself. Across our schools, students are enjoying fun and festive fall activities, moments that build connection, joy, and belonging. Being at our school sites, witnessing, listening, and experiencing the environments our students live and learn in every day gives us a firsthand understanding of what works and where we can grow. It also deepens our appreciation for how our employees influence student success in countless ways, often through the simplest acts of care and consistency. Let's continue to lead with heart, hope, and unity, big, bold, and brave together.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Walker. Moving on to the adjournment. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Prior, I motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Krause?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes. The time is 9:26 p.m. Have a good night, everyone.